Tonight, we drift into a quieter world, where Ole-Luk-Oie gathers children into wondrous nightly dreams, where a humble field flower finds a song in the arms of an angel, where a proud buckwheat learns the cost of defying the storm, where a vain darning needle rides an eggshell through the gutter, where Granny Elderbush weaves memories from a cup of tea, and where grand mountain goblins dance within the secret elfin hill. So close your eyes and let the stories carry you far away into the quiet of the night. Ole-Luk-Oie, the dream god. There is nobody in the world who knows so many stories as Ole-Luk-Oie, or who can relate them so nicely. In the evening, while the children are seated at the table or in their little chairs, he comes up the stairs very softly, for he walks in his socks. Then he opens the doors without the slightest noise and throws a small quantity of very fine dust in their eyes, just enough to prevent them from keeping them open, and so they do not see him. Then he creeps behind them and blows softly upon their necks till their heads begin to droop. But Ole-Luk-Oie does not wish to hurt them, for he is very fond of children and only wants them to be quiet, that he may relate to them pretty stories, and they never are quiet until they are in bed and asleep. As soon as they are asleep, Ole-Luk-Oie seats himself upon the bed. He is nicely dressed. His coat is made of silken stuff. It is impossible to say of what color, for it changes from green to red, and from red to blue, as he turns from side to side. Under each arm, he carries an umbrella, one of them with pictures. On the inside, he spreads over the good children, and then they dream the most beautiful stories the whole night. But the other umbrella has no pictures, and this he holds over the naughty children, so that they sleep heavily and wake in the morning without having dreamed at all. Now we shall hear how Ole-Luk-Oie came every night during a whole week to the little boy named Hjalmar, and what he told him. There were 7 stories, as there are 7 days in the week. Monday. Now pay attention, said Ole-Luk-Oie in the evening when Hjalmar was in bed, and I will decorate the room. Immediately, all the flowers in the flower pots became large trees with long branches reaching to the ceiling and stretching along the walls, so that the whole room was like a greenhouse. All the branches were loaded with flowers, each flower as beautiful and as fragrant as a rose. And had anyone tasted them, he would have found them sweeter even than jam. The fruit glittered like gold, and there were cakes so full of plums that they were nearly bursting. It was incomparably beautiful. At the same time, sounded dismal moans from the table drawer in which lay Hjalmar's school books. "What can that be now?" said Ole-Luk-Oie, going to the table and pulling out the drawer. It was a slate in such distress because of a false number in the sum that it had almost broken itself to pieces. The pencil pulled and tugged at its string as if it were a little dog that wanted to help but could not. And then came a moan from Hjalmar's copybook. Oh, it was quite terrible to hear. On each leaf stood a row of capital letters, every one having a small letter by its side. This formed a copy. Under these were other letters, which Hjalmar had written. They fancied they looked like the copy, but they were mistaken, for they were leaning on one side, as if they intended to fall over the pencil lines. "See, this is the way you should hold yourselves," said the copy. "Look here, you should slope thus with a graceful curve." "Oh, we are very willing to do so, but we cannot," said Hjalmar's letters. "We are so wretchedly made." "You must be scratched out, then," said Ole-Luk-Oie. "Oh no," they cried, and then they stood up, so gracefully, it was quite a pleasure to look at them. "Now we must give up our stories and exercise these letters," said Ole-Luk-Oie. 1, 2, 1, 2. So he drilled them till they stood up gracefully and looked as beautiful as a copy could look. But after Ole-Luk-Oie was gone, and Hjalmar looked at them in the morning, they were as wretched and as awkward as ever. Tuesday, as soon as Hjalmar was in bed, Ole-Luk-Oie touched with his little magic wand all the furniture in the room, which immediately began to chatter, and each article only talked of itself. Over the chest of drawers hung a large picture in a gilt frame, representing a landscape with fine old trees, flowers in the grass, and a broad stream which flowed through the wood, past several castles, far out into the wild ocean. Ole-Luk-Oie touched the picture with his magic wand, and immediately the birds commenced singing. The branches of the trees rustled, and the clouds moved across the sky, casting their shadows on the landscape beneath them. Then Ole-Luk-Oie lifted little Hjalmar up to the frame and placed his feet in the picture just on the high grass, and there he stood, with the sun shining down upon him through the branches of the trees. He ran to the water and seated himself in a little boat which lay there, and which was painted and white. The sails glittered like silver, and 6 swans each, with a golden circlet round its neck and a bright blue star on its forehead, drew the boat past the green wood, where the trees talked of robbers and witches, and the flowers of beautiful little elves and fairies, whose histories the butterflies had related to them. Brilliant fish with scales, like silver and gold, swam after the boat, sometimes making a spring and splashing the water round them, while birds, red and blue, small and great, flew after him in 2 long lines. The gnats danced round them, and the cockchafers cried, "Buzz, buzz." They all wanted to follow Hjalmar, and all had some story to tell him. It was a most pleasant sail. Sometimes the forests were thick and dark. Sometimes, like a beautiful garden, gay with sunshine and flowers. Then he passed great palaces of glass and of marble, and on the balconies stood princesses whose faces were those of little girls whom Hjalmar knew well and had often played with. One of them held out her hand, in which was a heart made of sugar, more beautiful than any confectioner ever sold. As Hjalmar sailed by, he caught hold of one side of the sugar heart and held it fast, and the prince held fast also, so that it broke in 2 pieces. Hjalmar had 1 piece and the princess the other, but Hjalmar's was the largest. At each castle stood little princes acting as sentinels. They presented arms and had golden swords and made it rain plums and tin soldiers, so that they must have been real princes. Hjalmar continued to sail, sometimes through woods, sometimes, as it were, through large halls, and then by large cities. At last, he came to the town where his nurse lived, who had carried him in her arms when he was a very little boy and had always been kind to him. She nodded and beckoned to him, and then sang the little verses she had herself composed and set to him. How oft my memory turns to thee, my own Hjalmar, ever dear, when I could watch thy infant glee, or kiss away a pearly tear. 'Twas in my arms thy lisping tongue first spoke the half-remembered word, while o'er thy tottering steps I hung my fond protection to afford. Farewell. I pray the heavenly power to keep thee till thy dying hour. And all the birds sang the same tune. The flowers danced on their stems, and the old trees nodded as if Ole-Luk-Oie had been telling them stories as well. Wednesday, how the rain did pour down, Hjalmar could hear it in his sleep, and when Ole-Luk-Oie opened the window, the water flowed quite up to the windowsill. It had the appearance of a large lake outside, and a beautiful ship lay close to the house. "Wilt thou sail with me tonight, little Hjalmar?" said Ole-Luk-Oie. "Then we shall see foreign countries, and thou shalt return here in the morning." All in a moment, there stood Hjalmar in his best clothes on the deck of the noble ship, and immediately the weather became fine. They sailed through the streets round by the church, and on every side rolled the wide great sea. They sailed till the land disappeared, and then they saw a flock of storks who had left their own country and were traveling to warmer climates. The storks flew one behind the other, and had already been a long, long time on the wing. One of them seemed so tired that his wings could scarcely carry him. He was the last of the row, and was soon left very far behind. At length, he sunk lower and lower, with outstretched wings, flapping them in vain, till his feet touched the rigging of the ship, and he slided from the sails to the deck and stood before them. Then a sailor boy caught him and put him in the hen house with the fowls, the ducks, and the turkeys, while the poor stork stood quite bewildered amongst them. "Just look at that fellow," said the chickens. Then the turkey cock puffed himself out as large as he could and inquired who he was, and the ducks waddled backwards crying, "Quack, quack." Then the stork told them all about warm Africa of the pyramids and of the ostrich, which like a wild horse runs across the desert. But the ducks did not understand what he said, and quacked amongst themselves, "We are all of the same opinion, namely, that he is stupid." "Yes, to be sure, he is stupid," said the turkey cock, and gobbled. Then the stork remained quite silent, and thought of his home in Africa. "Those are handsome, thin legs of yours," said the turkey cock. "What do they cost a yard?" "Quack, quack, quack," grinned the ducks, but the stork pretended not to hear. "You may as well laugh," said the turkey, for that remark was rather witty, or perhaps it was above you. Ah, is he not clever? He will be a great amusement to us while he remains here." And then he gobbled, and the ducks quacked, "Gobble, gobble, quack, quack." What a terrible uproar they made while they were having such fun among themselves. Then Hjalmar went to the hen house, and opening the door, called to the stork. Then he hopped out on the deck. He had rested himself now, and he looked happy, and seemed as if he nodded to Hjalmar, as if to thank him. Then he spread his wings and flew away to warmer countries, while the hens clucked, the ducks quacked, and the turkey cock turned quite scarlet in the head. "Tomorrow you shall be made into soup," said Hjalmar to the fowls. And then he awoke and found himself lying in his little bed. It was a wonderful journey, which Ole-Luk-Oie had made him take this night, Thursday. "What do you think I have got here?" said Ole-Luk-Oie. "Do not be frightened, and you shall see a little mouse." And then he held out his hand to him, in which lay a lovely little creature. "It has come to invite you to a wedding. 2 little mice are going to enter into the marriage state tonight. They reside under the floor of your mother's storeroom, and that must be a fine dwelling place." "But how can I get through the little mouse hole in the floor?" asked Hjalmar. "Leave me to manage that," said Ole-Luk-Oie. "I will soon make you small enough." And then he touched Hjalmar with his magic wand, whereupon he became less and less, until at last he was not longer than a little finger. Now you can borrow the dress of the tin soldier. I think it will just fit you. It looks well to wear a uniform when you go into company. Yes, certainly, said Hjalmar, and in a moment he was dressed as neatly as the neatest of all tin soldiers. Will you be so good as to seat yourself in your mamma's thimble, said the little mouse, that I may have the pleasure of drawing you to the wedding. Will you really take so much trouble, young lady, said Hjalmar. And so, in this way, he rode to the mouse's wedding. First, they went under the floor, and then passed through a long passage, which was scarcely high enough to allow the thimble to drive under, and the whole passage was lit up with the phosphorescent light of rotten wood. Does it not smell delicious? Asked the mouse as she drew him along. The wall and the floor have been smeared with bacon rind. Nothing can be nicer. Very soon they arrived at the bridal hall. On the right stood all the little lady mice, whispering and giggling as if they were making game of each other. To the left were the gentlemen, mice stroking their whiskers with their forepaws, and in the center of the hall could be seen the bridal pair standing side by side in a hollow cheese rind and kissing each other, while all eyes were upon them, for they had already been betrothed and were soon to be married. More and more friends kept arriving till the mice were nearly treading each other to death, for the bridal pair now stood in the doorway, and none could pass in or out. The room had been rubbed over with bacon rind, like the passage which was all the refreshment offered to the guests. But for dessert, they produced a pea on which a mouse belonging to the bridal pair had bitten the first letters of their names. This was something quite uncommon. All the mice said it was a very beautiful wedding, and that they had been very agreeably entertained. After this, Hjalmar returned home. He had certainly been in grand society, but he had been obliged to creep under a room and to make himself small enough to wear the uniform of a tin soldier. Friday. It is incredible how many old people there are who would be glad to have me at night, said Ole-Luk-Oie, especially those who have done something wrong. Good little Ole, say they to me. We cannot close our eyes, and we lie awake the whole night and see all our evil deeds sitting on our beds like little imps and sprinkling us with hot water. Will you come and drive them away, that we may have a good night's rest? And then they sigh so deeply and say, we would gladly pay you for it. Good night, Ole-Luk, the money lies on the window. But I never do anything for gold. What shall we do tonight? Asked Hjalmar. I do not know whether you would care to go to another wedding, he replied, although it is quite a different affair to the one we saw last night. Your sister's large doll that is dressed like a man and is called Herman intends to marry the doll Bertha. It is also the doll's birthday, and they will receive many presents. Yes, I know that already, said Hjalmar. My sister always allows her dolls to keep their birthdays or to have a wedding when they require new clothes. That has happened already 100 times, I am quite sure. Yes, so it may. But tonight is the 101st wedding, and when that has taken place, it must be the last. Therefore, this is to be extremely beautiful. Only look. Hjalmar looked at the table, and there stood the little cardboard doll's house with lights in all the windows, and drawn up before it were the tin soldiers presenting arms. The bridal pair were seated on the floor, leaning against the leg of the table, looking very thoughtful, and with good reason. Then Ole-Luk-Oie, dressed up in grandmother's black gown, married them. As soon as the ceremony was concluded, all the furniture in the room joined in singing a beautiful song which had been composed by the lead pencil and which went to the melody of a military tattoo. What merry sounds are on the wind as marriage writes together. Bind a quiet and a loving pair, though formed of kid yet smooth and fair. Hurrah! If they are deaf and blind, we'll sing though weather prove unkind. And now came the present. But the bridal pair had nothing to eat, for love was to be their food. Shall we go to a country house or travel? Asked the bridegroom. Then they consulted the swallow who had traveled so far, and the old hen in the yard who had brought up 5 broods of chickens. And the swallow talked to them of warm countries where the grapes hang in large clusters on the vines, and the air is soft and mild, and about the mountains glowing with colors more beautiful than we can think of. But they have no red cabbage, like we have, said the hen. I was once in the country with my chickens for a whole summer. There was a large sand pit in which we could walk about and scratch as we liked. Then we got into a garden in which grew red cabbage. Oh, how nice it was! I cannot think of anything more delicious. But one cabbage stalk is exactly like another, said the swallow. And here we have often bad weather. Yes, but we are accustomed to it, said the hen. But it is so cold here and freezes sometimes. Cold weather is good for cabbages, said the hen. Besides, we do have it warm here sometimes. 4 years ago, we had a summer that lasted more than 5 weeks, and it was so hot one could scarcely breathe. And then, In this country, we have no poisonous animals, and we are free from robbers. He must be wicked who does not consider our country the finest of all lands. He ought not to be allowed to live here." And then the hen wept very much and said, "I have also traveled. I once went 12 miles in a coop, and it was not pleasant traveling at all." "The hen is a sensible woman," said the doll Bertha. "I don't care for traveling over mountains just to go up and come down again. No, let us go to the sand pit in front of the gate, and then take a walk in the cabbage garden." And so they settled it. Saturday. "Am I to hear any more stories?" asked little Hjalmar, as soon as Ole-Luk-Oie had sent him to sleep. "We shall have no time this evening," said he, spreading out his prettiest umbrella over the child. "Look at these Chinese." And then the whole umbrella appeared like a large china bowl with blue trees and pointed bridges upon which stood little Chinamen nodding their heads. "We must make all the world beautiful for tomorrow morning," said Ole-Luk-Oie, "for it will be a holiday. It is Sunday. I must now go to the church steeple and see if the little sprites who live there have polished the bells so that they may sound sweetly. Then I must go into the fields and see if the wind has blown the dust from the grass and the leaves, and the most difficult task of all, which I have to do, is to take down all the stars and brighten them up. I have to number them first before I put them in my apron, and also to number the places from which I take them, so that they may go back into the right holes, or else they would not remain. And we should have a number of falling stars, for they would all tumble down, one after the other. "Hark ye, Mr. Luk-Oie," said an old portrait which hung on the wall of Hjalmar's bedroom. "Do you know me? I am Hjalmar's great-grandfather. I thank you for telling the boy stories, but you must not confuse his ideas. The stars cannot be taken down from the sky and polished. They are spheres like our earth, which is a good thing for them." "Thank you, old great-grandfather," said Ole-Luk-Oie. "I thank you. You may be the head of the family, as no doubt you are, but I am older than you. I am an ancient heathen. The old Romans and Greeks named me the dream god. I have visited the noblest houses and continue to do so. Still, I know how to conduct myself both to high and low. And now you may tell the stories yourself." And so Ole-Luk-Oie walked off, taking his umbrellas with him. "Well, well, one is never to give an opinion, I suppose," grumbled the portrait. And it woke Hjalmar. "Sunday, good evening," said Ole-Luk-Oie. Hjalmar nodded and then sprang out of bed and turned his great-grandfather's portrait to the wall so that it might not interrupt them, as it had done yesterday. "Now," said he, "you must tell me some stories about 5 green peas that lived in one pod, or of the chickseed that courted the chickweed, or of the darning needle who acted so proudly because she fancied herself an embroidery needle. You may have too much of a good thing," said Ole-Luk-Oie. "You know that I like best to show you something, so I will show you my brother. He is also called Ole-Luk-Oie, but he never visits anyone but once. And when he does come, he takes him away on his horse and tells him stories as they ride along. He knows only 2 stories. One of these is so wonderfully beautiful that no one in the world can imagine anything at all like it. But the other is just as ugly and frightful, so that it would be impossible to describe it." Then Ole-Luk-Oie lifted Hjalmar up to the window. "There now you can see my brother, the other Ole-Luk-Oie. He is also called Death. You perceive he is not so bad as they represent him in picture books. There he is a skeleton, but now his coat is embroidered with silver, and he wears the splendid uniform of a hussar, and a mantle of black velvet flies behind him over the horse. Look how he gallops along." Hjalmar saw that as this Ole-Luk-Oie rode on, he lifted up old and young and carried them away on his horse. Some he seated in front of him, and some behind, but always inquired first, "How stands the mark book?" "Good," they all answered. "Yes, but let me see for myself," he replied, and they were obliged to give him the books. Then all those who had very good or exceedingly good came in front of the horse and heard the beautiful story, while those who had middling or tolerably good in their books were obliged to sit behind and listen to the frightful tale. They trembled and cried and wanted to jump down from the horse, but they could not get free. They seemed fastened to the seat. "Why, Death is a most splendid Luk-Oie," said Hjalmar. "I am not in the least afraid of him." "You need have no fear of him," said Ole-Luk-Oie, "if you take care and keep a good conduct book." "Now I call that very instructive," murmured the great-grandfather's portrait. "It is useful sometimes to express an opinion." So he was quite satisfied. These are some of the doings and sayings of Ole-Luk-Oie. I hope he may visit you himself this evening and relate some more. The old house. A very old house stood once in a street with several that were quite new and clean. The date of its erection had been carved on one of the beams and surrounded by scrolls formed of tulips and hop tendrils. By this date, it could be seen that the old house was nearly 300 years old. Verses 2 were written over the windows in old-fashioned letters, and grotesque faces, curiously carved, grinned at you from under the cornices. One story projected a long way over the other, and under the roof ran a leaden gutter with a dragon's head at the end. The rain was intended to pour out at the dragon's mouth, but it ran out of his body instead, for there was a hole in the gutter. The other houses in the street were new and well built, with large window panes and smooth walls. Anyone could see they had nothing to do with the old house. Perhaps they thought, how long will that heap of rubbish remain here to be a disgrace to the whole street? The parapet projects so far forward that no one can see out of our windows what is going on in that direction. The stairs are as broad as the staircase of a castle, and as steep as if they led to a church tower. The iron railing looks like the gate of a cemetery, and there are brass knobs upon it. It is really too ridiculous. Opposite to the old house were more nice new houses, which had just the same opinion as their neighbors. At the window of one of them sat a little boy with fresh, rosy cheeks and clear, sparkling eyes, who was very fond of the old house in sunshine or in moonlight. He would sit and look at the wall, from which the plaster had in some places fallen off, and fancy all sorts of scenes which had been in former times. How the street must have looked when the houses had all gable roofs, open staircases, and gutters with dragons at the spout. He could even see soldiers walking about with halberds. Certainly, it was a very good house to look at for amusement. An old man lived in it, who wore knee breeches, a coat with large brass buttons, and a wig, which anyone could see was a real wig. Every morning, an old man came to clean the rooms and to wait upon him. Otherwise, the old man in the knee breeches would have been quite alone in the house. Sometimes he came to one of the windows and looked out. Then the little boy nodded to him, and the old man nodded back again, till they became acquainted and were friends, although they had never spoken to each other. But that was of no consequence. The little boy one day heard his parents say, "The old man opposite is very well off, but is terribly lonely." The next Sunday morning, the little boy wrapped something in a piece of paper and took it to the door of the old house, and said to the attendant who waited upon the old man, "Will you please give this from me to the gentleman who lives here? I have 2 tin soldiers, and this is one of them, and he shall have it, because I know he is terribly lonely." And the old attendant nodded and looked very pleased, and then he carried the tin soldier into the house. Afterwards, he was sent over to ask the little boy if he would not like to pay a visit himself. His parents gave him permission, and so it was that he gained admission to the old house. The brassy knobs on the railings shone more brightly than ever, as if they had been polished on account of his visit. And on the door were carved trumpeters standing in tulips, and it seemed as if they were blowing with all their might. Their cheeks were so puffed out. Tantarara, the little boy is coming. Tantarara, the little boy is coming. Then the door opened. All round the hall hung old portraits of knights in armor and ladies in silk gowns. And the armor rattled, and the silk dresses rustled. Then came a staircase which went up a long way, and then came down a little way, and led to a balcony, which was in a very ruinous state. There were large holes and long cracks, out of which grew grass and leaves. Indeed, the whole balcony, the courtyard and the walls were so overgrown with green that they looked like a garden. In the balcony stood flower pots on which were heads having asses' ears, but the flowers in them grew just as they pleased. In one pot, pinks were growing all over the sides. At least the green leaves were shooting forth, stalk and stem, and saying as plainly as they could speak, "The air has fanned me, the sun has kissed me, and I am promised a little flower for next Sunday. Really, for next Sunday." Then they entered a room in which the walls were covered with leather, and the leather had golden flowers stamped upon it. "Gilding will fade in damp weather. To endure there is nothing like leather," said the walls. Chairs, handsomely, carved with elbows on each side, and with very high backs, stood in the room. And as they creaked, they seemed to say, "Sit down. Oh dear, how I am creaking. I shall certainly have the gout like the old cupboard. Gout in my back, ugh." And then the little boy entered the room where the old man sat. "Thank you for the tin soldier, my little friend," said the old man, "and thank you also for coming to see me." "Thanks, thanks," or "creak, creak," said all the furniture. There was so much that the pieces of furniture stood in each other's way to get a sight of the little boy. On the wall, near the center of the room, hung the picture of a beautiful lady, young and gay, dressed in the fashion of the olden times, with powdered hair and a full, stiff skirt. She said neither thanks nor creak, but she looked down upon the little boy with her mild eyes. And then he said to the old man, "Where did you get that picture?" "From the shop opposite," he replied. "Many portraits hang there that none seem to trouble themselves about. The persons they represent have been dead and buried long since. But I knew this lady many years ago, and she has been dead nearly half a century." Under a glass beneath the picture hung a nosegay of withered flowers, which were no doubt half a century old too. At least they appeared so, and the pendulum of the old clock went to and fro, and the hands turned round. And as time passed on, everything in the room grew older, but no one seemed to notice it. "They say at home," said the little boy, "that you are very lonely." "Oh," replied the old man, "I have pleasant thoughts of all that has passed, recalled by memory. And now you are come to visit me, and that is very pleasant." Then he took from the bookcase a book full of pictures representing long processions of wonderful coaches such as are never seen at the present time, soldiers like the move of clubs, and citizens with waving banners. The tailors had a flat with a pair of scissors supported by 2 lions, and on the shoemaker's flag there were not boots, but an eagle with 2 heads. For the shoemakers must have everything arranged so that they can say, "This is a pair." What a picture book it was. And then the old man went into another room to fetch apples and nuts. It was very pleasant, certainly, to be in that old house. "I cannot endure it," said the tin soldier who stood on a shelf. "It is so lonely and dull here. I have been accustomed to live in a family, and I cannot get used to this life. I cannot bear it. The whole day is long enough, but the evening is longer. It is not here, like it was in your house, opposite when your father and mother talked so cheerfully together, while you and all the dear children made such a delightful noise. No, it is all lonely in the old man's house. Do you think he gets any kisses? Do you think he ever has friendly looks or a Christmas tree? He will have nothing but the grave. Oh, I cannot bear it, cannot. You must not look only on the sorrowful side," said the little boy. "I think everything in this house is beautiful, and all the old pleasant thoughts come back here to pay visits." But I never see any, and I don't know them," said the tin soldier, "and I cannot bear it." "You must bear it," said the little boy. Then the old man came back with a pleasant face and brought with him beautiful preserved fruits, as well as apples and nuts. And the little boy thought no more of the tin soldier. How happy and delighted the little boy was. And after he returned home, and while days and weeks passed, a great deal of nodding took place from one house to the other. And then the little boy went to pay another visit. The carved trumpeters blew tantarara. There is the little boy. Tantarara. The swords and armor on the old knight's pictures rattled. The silk dresses rustled. The leather repeated its rhyme, and the old chairs had the gout in their backs and cried creak. It was all exactly like the first time. For in that house, 1 day and 1 hour were just like another. "I cannot bear it any longer," said the tin soldier. "I have wept tears of tin. It is so melancholy here. Let me go to the wars and lose an arm or a leg. That would be some change. I cannot bear it. Now I know what it is to have visits from one's old recollections, and all they bring with them. I have had visits from mine, and you may believe me, it is not altogether pleasant. I was very nearly jumping from the shelf. I saw you all in your house opposite, as if you were really present. It was Sunday morning, and you children stood round the table singing the hymn that you sing every morning. You were standing quietly with your hands folded, and your father and mother. You were standing quietly with your hands folded, and your father and mother were looking just as serious when the door opened, and your little sister, Maria, who is not 2 years old, was brought into the room. You know she always dances when she hears music and singing of any sort. So she began to dance immediately, although she ought not to have done so. But she could not get into the right time because the tune was so slow. So she stood first on one leg and then on the other, and bent her head very low, but it wouldn't suit the music. You all stood, looking very grave, although it was very difficult to do so. But I laughed so to myself that I fell down from the table and got a bruise, which is there still. I know it was not right to laugh. So all this and everything else that I have seen keeps running in my head. And these must be the old recollections that bring so many thoughts with them. Tell me whether you still sing on Sundays, and tell me about your little sister, Maria, and how my old comrade is the other tin soldier. Really, he must be very happy. I cannot endure this life. You are given away, said the little boy. You must stay. Don't you see that? Then the old man came in with a box containing many curious things to show him. Rouge pots, scent boxes, and old cards so large and so richly gilded that none are ever seen like them in these days. And there were smaller boxes to look at, and the piano was opened, and inside the lid were painted landscapes. But when the old man played, the piano sounded quite out of tune. Then he looked at the picture he had bought at the broker's, and his eyes sparkled brightly as he nodded at it and said, she could sing that tune. I will go to the wars. I will go to the wars, cried the tin soldier as loud as he could, and threw himself down on the floor. Where could he have fallen? The old man searched, and the little boy searched, but he was gone, and could not be found. I shall find him again, said the old man, but he did not find him. The boards of the floor were open and full of holes. The tin soldier had fallen through a crack between the boards, and lay there now in an open grave. The day went by, and the little boy returned home. The week passed, and many more weeks. It was winter, and the windows were quite frozen, so the little boy was obliged to breathe on the panes and rub a hole to peep through at the old house. Snow drifts were lying in all the scrolls and on the inscriptions, and the steps were covered with snow, as if no one were at home. And indeed, nobody was home, for the old man was dead. In the evening, a hearse stopped at the door, and the old man in his coffin was placed in it. I was to be taken to the country, to be buried there in his own grave. So they carried him away. No one followed him, for all his friends were dead, and the little boy kissed his hand to the coffin as the hearse moved away with it. A few days after, there was an auction at the old house, and from his window, the little boy saw the people carrying away the pictures of old knights and ladies, the flower pots with the long ears, the old chairs, and the cupboards. Some were taken one way, some another. Her portrait, which had been bought at the picture dealer's, went back again to his shop, and there it remained, for no one seemed to know her or to care for the old picture. In the spring, they began to pull the house itself down. People called it complete rubbish. From the street could be seen the room in which the walls were covered with leather, ragged and torn, and the green in the balcony hung straggling over the beams. They pulled it down quickly, for it looked ready to fall, and at last it was cleared away altogether. "What a good riddance," said the neighbors' houses very shortly. A fine new house was built farther back from the road. It had lofty windows and smooth walls, but in front, on the spot where the old house really stood, a little garden was planted, and wild vines grew up over the neighboring walls. In front of the garden were large iron railings and a great gate which looked very stately. People used to stop and peep through the railings. The sparrows assembled in dozens upon the wild vines and chattered all together as loud as they could, but not about the old house. None of them could remember it, for many years had passed by, so many indeed, that the little boy was now a man, and a really good man too, and his parents were very proud of him. I was just married, and had come with his young wife to reside in the new house with the garden in front of it. And now he stood there by her side while she planted a field flower that she thought very pretty. She was planting it herself with her little hands and pressing down the earth with her fingers. "Oh dear, what was that?" she exclaimed as something pricked her. Out of the soft earth, something was sticking up. It was, only think, it was really the tin soldier, the very same which had been lost up in the old man's room, and had been hidden among old wood and rubbish for a long time till it sunk into the earth, where it must have been for many years. And the young wife wiped the soldier first with a green leaf, and then with her fine pocket handkerchief that smelt of such beautiful perfume. And the tin soldier felt as if he was recovering from a fainting fit. "Let me see him," said the young man, and then he smiled and shook his head and said, "It can scarcely be the same, but it reminds me of something that happened to one of my tin soldiers when I was a little boy." And then he told his wife about the old house and the old man, and of the tin soldier which he had sent across, because he thought the old man was lonely. And he related the story so clearly that tears came into the eyes of the young wife for the old house and the old man. "It is very likely that this is really the same soldier," said she, "and I will take care and always remember what you have told me. But someday you must show me the old man's grave." "I don't know where it is," he replied. "No one knows. All his friends are dead. No one took care of him, and I was only a little boy." "Oh, how dreadfully lonely he must have been," said she. "Yes, terribly lonely," cried the tin soldier. "Still, it is delightful not to be forgotten." "Delightful indeed," cried a voice quite near to them. No one but the tin soldier saw that it came from a rag of the leather, which hung in tatters. It had lost all its gilding and looked like wet earth. But it had an opinion, and it spoke it thus: "Gilding will fade in damp weather. To endure, there is nothing like leather." But the tin soldier did not believe any such thing. The shadow. In very hot climates, where the heat of the sun has great power, people are usually as brown as mahogany. And in the hottest countries, they are Negroes with black skins. A learned man once traveled into one of these warm climates from the cold regions of the north, and thought he would roam about as he did at home. But he soon had to change his opinion. He found that, like all sensible people, he must remain in the house during the whole day, with every window and door closed, so that it looked as if all in the house were asleep or absent. The houses of the narrow street in which he lived were so lofty that the sun shone upon them from morning till evening, and it became quite unbearable. This learned man from the cold regions was young as well as clever, but it seemed to him as if he were sitting in an oven, and he became quite exhausted and weak, and grew so thin that his shadow shriveled up and became much smaller than it had been at home. The sun took away even what was left of it, and he saw nothing of it till the evening after sunset. It was really a pleasure. As soon as the lights were brought into the room, to see the shadow stretch itself against the wall even to the ceiling, so tall was it. And it really wanted a good stretch to recover its strength. The learned man would sometimes go out into the balcony to stretch himself also. And as soon as the stars came forth in the clear, beautiful sky, he felt revived. People at this hour began to make their appearance in all the balconies in the street. For in warm climates, every window has a balcony in which they can breathe the fresh evening air, which is very necessary, even to those who are used to a heat that makes them as brown as mahogany, so that the street presented a very lively appearance. Here were shoemakers and tailors and all sorts of people sitting in the street. Beneath, they brought out tables and chairs, lighted candles. By hundreds talked and sang and were very merry. There were people walking carriages, driving, and mules trotting along with their bells on the harness, tingle, tingle, as they went. Then the dead were carried to the grave with the sound of solemn music and the tolling of the church bells. It was indeed a scene of varied life in the street, one house only, which was just opposite to the one in which the foreign learned man lived, formed a contrast to all this, for it was quite still. And yet somebody dwelt there, for flowers stood in the balcony, blooming beautifully in the hot sun. And this could not have been unless they had been watered carefully. Therefore, someone must be in the house to do this. The doors leading to the balcony were half opened in the evening, and although in the front room all was dark, music could be heard from the interior of the house. The foreign learned man considered this music very delightful, but perhaps he fancied it, for everything in these warm countries pleased him, excepting the heat of the sun. The foreign landlord said he did not know who had taken the opposite house. Nobody was to be seen there. And as to the music, he thought it seemed very tedious, to him most uncommonly so. It is just as if someone was practicing a piece that he could not manage. It is always the same piece. He thinks, I suppose, that he will be able to manage it at last. But I do not think so, however long he may play it. Once the foreigner woke in the night. He slept with the door open, which led to the balcony. The wind had raised the curtain before it, and there appeared a wonderful brightness over all in the balcony of the opposite house. The flowers seemed like flames of the most gorgeous colors, and among the flowers stood a beautiful, slender maiden. It was to him as if light streamed from her and dazzled his eyes. But then he had only just opened them as he awoke from his sleep. With one spring, he was out of bed and crept softly behind the curtain. But she was gone. The brightness had disappeared. The flowers no longer appeared like flames, although still as beautiful as ever. The door stood ajar, and an inner room sounded music so sweet and so lovely that it produced the most enchanting thoughts and acted on the senses with magic power. Who could live there? Where was the real entrance for both in the street and in the lane? At the side, the whole ground floor was a continuation of shops, and people could not always be passing through them. One evening, the foreigner sat in the balcony. A light was burning in his own room just behind him. It was quite natural, therefore, that his shadow should fall on the wall of the opposite house, so that as he sat amongst the flowers on his balcony, when he moved, his shadow moved also. I think my shadow is the only living thing to be seen opposite, said the learned man. See how pleasantly it sits among the flowers. The door is only ajar. The shadow ought to be clever enough to step in and look about him, and then to come back and tell me what he has seen. You could make yourself useful in this way, said he jokingly. Be so good as to step in now, will you? And then he nodded to the shadow, and the shadow nodded in return. Now go, but don't stay away altogether. Then the foreigner stood up, and the shadow on the opposite balcony stood up also. The foreigner turned round. The shadow turned, and if anyone had observed, they might have seen it go straight into the half-opened door of the opposite balcony as the learned man re-entered his own room and let the curtain fall. The next morning, he went out to take his coffee and read the newspapers. How is this? He exclaimed as he stood in the sunshine. I have lost my shadow. So it really did go away yesterday evening, and it has not returned. This is very annoying. And it certainly did vex him, not so much because the shadow was gone, but because he knew there was a story of a man without a shadow. All the people at home in his country knew this story, and when he returned and related his own adventures, they would say it was only an imitation, and he had no desire for such things to be said of him. So he decided not to speak of it at all, which was a very sensible determination. In the evening, he went out again on his balcony, taking care to place the light behind him, for he knew that a shadow always wants his master for a screen. But he could not entice him out. He made himself little, and he made himself tall. But there was no shadow, and no shadow came. He said, "Hem, ahem," but it was all useless. That was very vexatious. But in warm countries, everything grows very quickly. And after a week had passed, he saw to his great joy that a new shadow was growing from his feet when he walked in the sunshine, so that the root have remained. After 3 weeks, he had quite a respectable shadow, which during his return journey to northern lands continued to grow and became at last so large that he might very well have spared half of it. When this learned man arrived at home, he wrote books about the true, the good, and the beautiful, which are to be found in this world. And so, days and years passed. Many, many years. One evening, as he sat in his study, a very gentle tap was heard at the door. "Come in," said he. No one came. He opened the door, and there stood before him a man so remarkably thin that he felt seriously troubled at his appearance. He was, however, very well dressed and looked like a gentleman. "To whom have I the honor of speaking?" said he. "Ah, I hoped you would recognize me," said the elegant stranger. "I have gained so much that I have a body of flesh and clothes to wear. You never expected to see me in such a condition. Do you not recognize your old shadow? Ah, you never expected that I should return to you again. All has been prosperous with me since I was with you last. I have become rich in every way, and were I inclined to purchase my freedom from service, I could easily do so." And as he spoke, he rattled between his fingers a number of costly trinkets which hung to a thick gold watch chain he wore round his neck. Diamond rings sparkled on his fingers, and it was all real. "I cannot recover from my astonishment," said the learned man. "What does all this mean?" "Something rather unusual," said the shadow. "But you are yourself an uncommon man, and you know very well that I have followed in your footsteps ever since your childhood. As soon as you found that I have traveled enough to be trusted alone, I went my own way, and I am now in the most brilliant circumstances. But I felt a kind of longing to see you once more before you die, and I wanted to see this place again, for there is always a clinging to the land of one's birth. I know that you have now another shadow. Do I owe you anything? If so, have the goodness to say what it is." "No? Is it really you?" said the learned man. "Well, this is most remarkable. I never supposed it possible that a man's old shadow could become a human being." "Just tell me what I owe you," said the shadow, "for I do not like to be in debt to any man." "How can you talk in that manner?" said the learned man. "What question of debt can there be between us? You are as free as anyone. I rejoice exceedingly to hear of your good fortune. Sit down, old friend, and tell me a little of how it happened, and what you saw in the house opposite to me while we were in those hot climates." "Yes, I will tell you all about it," said the shadow, sitting down. "But then you must promise never to tell in this city, wherever you may meet me, that I have been your shadow. I am thinking of being married, for I have more than sufficient to support a family. Make yourself quite easy," said the learned man. I will tell no one who you really are. Here is my hand. I promise, and a word is sufficient between man and man. Between man and a shadow, said the shadow, for he could not help saying so. It was really most remarkable how very much he had become a man in appearance. I was dressed in a suit of the very finest black cloth polished boots and an opera crush hat, which could be folded together so that nothing could be seen but the crown and the rim, besides the trinkets, the gold chain, and the diamond rings already spoken of. The shadow was in fact very well dressed, and this made a man of him. Now I will relate to you what you wish to know, said the shadow, placing his foot with the polished leather boot as firmly as possible on the arm of the new shadow of the learned man, which lay at his feet like a poodle dog. This was done. It might be from pride, or perhaps that the new shadow might cling to him, but the prostrate shadow remained quite quiet and at rest, in order that it might listen, for it wanted to know how a shadow could be sent away by its master and become a man itself. Do you know, said the shadow, that in the house opposite to you lived the most glorious creature in the world? It was poetry. I remained there 3 weeks, and it was more like 3,000 years, for I read all that has ever been written in poetry or prose, and I may say in truth that I saw and learnt everything. Poetry, exclaimed the learned man. Yes, she lives as a hermit in great cities. Poetry. Well, I saw her once for a very short moment while sleep weighed down my eyelids. She flashed upon me from the balcony like the radiant aurora borealis surrounded with flowers, like flames of fire. Tell me you were on the balcony that evening. You went through the door, and what did you see? I found myself in an anteroom, said the shadow. You still sat opposite to me, looking into the room. There was no light, or at least it seemed in partial darkness, for the door of a whole suite of rooms stood open, and they were brilliantly lighted. The blaze of light would have killed me had I approached too near the maiden myself, but I was cautious and took time, which is what everyone ought to do. And what didst thou see? Asked the learned man. I saw everything, as you shall hear. But it really is not pride on my part as a free man and possessing the knowledge that I do, besides my position, not to speak of my wealth. I wish you would say you to me, instead of thou. I beg your pardon, said the learned man. It is an old habit, which it is difficult to break. You are quite right. I will try to think of it. But now tell me everything that you saw. Everything, said the shadow, for I saw and know everything. What was the appearance of the inner rooms? Asked the scholar. Was it there like a cool grove, or like a holy temple? Were the chambers like a starry sky, seen from the top of a high mountain? It was all that you describe, said the shadow. But I did not go quite in. I remained in the twilight of the anteroom, but I was in a very good position. I could see and hear all that was going on in the court of poetry. But what did you see? Did the gods of ancient times pass through the rooms? Did old heroes fight their battles over again? Were there lovely children at play who related their dreams? I tell you, I have been there, and therefore you may be sure that I saw everything that was to be seen. If you had gone there, you would not have remained a human being, whereas I became one. And at the same moment, I became aware of my inner being, my inborn affinity to the nature of poetry. It is true. I did not think much about it while I was with you. But you will remember that I was always much larger at sunrise and sunset, and in the moonlight, even more visible than yourself. But I did not then understand my inner existence. In the anteroom, it was revealed to me. I became a man. I came out in full maturity. But you had left the warm countries. As a man, I felt ashamed to go about without boots or clothes, and that exterior finish by which man is known, so I went my own way. I can tell you, for you will not put it in a book. I hid myself under the cloak of a cake woman, but she little thought who she concealed. It was not till evening that I ventured out. I ran about the streets in the moonlight. I drew myself up to my full height upon the walls, which tickled my back very pleasantly. I ran here and there, looked through the highest windows into the rooms and over the roofs. I looked in and saw what nobody else could see, or indeed ought to see. In fact, it is a bad world, and I would not care to be a man, but that men are of some importance. I saw the most miserable things going on between husbands and wives, parents and children. Sweet, incomparable children. I have seen what no human being has the power of knowing, although they would all be very glad to know the evil conduct of their neighbors. Had I written a newspaper, how eagerly it would have been read, instead of which I wrote directly to the persons themselves, and great alarm arose in all the town I visited. They had so much fear of me, and yet how dearly they loved me. The professor made me a professor. The tailor gave me new clothes. I am well provided for in that way. The overseer of the mint struck coins for me. The women declared that I was handsome, and so I became the man you now see me. And now I must say adieu. Here is my card. I live on the sunny side of the street and always stay at home in rainy weather." And the shadow departed. "This is all very remarkable," said the learned man. Years passed, days and years went by, and the shadow came again. "How are you going on now?" he asked. "Ah," said the learned man, "I am writing about the true, the beautiful, and the good, but no one cares to hear anything about it. I am quite in despair, for I take it to heart very much." "That is what I never do," said the shadow. "I am growing quite fat and stout, which everyone ought to be. You do not understand the world. You will make yourself ill about it. You ought to travel. I am going on a journey in the summer. Will you go with me? I should like a traveling companion. Will you travel with me as my shadow? It would give me great pleasure, and I will pay all expenses." "Are you going to travel far?" asked the learned man. "That is a matter of opinion," replied the shadow. "At all events, a journey will do you good, and if you wills my shadow, then all your journey shall be paid." "It appears to me very absurd," said the learned man. "But it is the way of the world," replied the shadow, "and always will be." Then he went away. Everything went wrong with the learned man. Sorrow and trouble pursued him. And what he said about the good, the beautiful, and the true was of as much value to most people as a nutmeg would be to a cow. At length, he fell ill. "You really look like a shadow," people said to him, and then a cold shudder would pass over him, for he had his own thoughts on the subject. "You really ought to go to some watering place," said the shadow on his next visit. "There is no other chance for you. I will take you with me for the sake of old acquaintance. I will pay the expenses of your journey, and you shall write a description of it to amuse us by the way. I should like to go to a watering place. My beard does not grow as it ought, which is from weakness, and I must have a beard. Now do be sensible and accept my proposal. We shall travel as intimate friends." And at last they started together. The shadow was master now, and the master became the shadow. They drove together and rode and walked in company with each other, side by side, or one in front and the other behind, according to the position of the sun. The shadow always knew when to take the place of honor, but the learned man took no notice of it, for he had a good heart and was exceedingly mild and friendly. One day, the master said to the shadow, "We have grown up together from our childhood, and now that we have become traveling companions, shall we not drink to our good fellowship, and say thee and thou to each other? What you say is very straightforward and kindly, meant, said the shadow, who was now really master. I will be equally kind and straightforward. You are a learned man and know how wonderful human nature is. There are some men who cannot endure the smell of brown paper. It makes them ill. Others will feel a shuddering sensation to their very marrow if a nail is scratched on a pane of glass. I myself have a similar kind of feeling when I hear anyone say "thou" to me. I feel crushed by it, as I used to feel in my former position with you. You will perceive that this is a matter of feeling, not pride. I cannot allow you to say "thou" to me. I will gladly say it to you, and therefore your wish will be half fulfilled. Then the shadow addressed his former master as thou. It is going rather too far, said the latter, that I am to say you when I speak to him, and he is to say thou to me. However, he was obliged to submit. They arrived at length at the baths, where there were many strangers, and among them a beautiful princess, whose real disease consisted in being too sharp-sighted, which made everyone very uneasy. She saw at once that the newcomer was very different to everyone else. They say he is here to make his beard grow, she thought. But I know the real cause. He is unable to cast a shadow. Oh. Then she became very curious on the matter, and one day, while on the promenade, she entered into conversation with the strange gentleman. Being a princess, she was not obliged to stand upon much ceremony, so she said to him, without hesitation, "Your illness consists in not being able to cast a shadow. Your Royal Highness must be on the high road to recovery from your illness," said he. "I know your complaint arose from being too sharp-sighted, and in this case, it has entirely failed. I happen to have a most unusual shadow. Have you not seen a person who is always at my side? Persons often give their servants finer cloth for their liveries than for their own clothes, and so I have dressed out my shadow like a man. Nay, you may observe that I have even given him a shadow of his own. It is rather expensive, but I like to have things about me that are peculiar." "How is this?" thought the princess. "Am I really cured? This must be the best watering place in existence. Water in our times has certainly wonderful power. But I willn't leave this place yet, just as it begins to be amusing. This foreign prince, for he must be a prince, pleases me above all things. I only hope his beard won't grow, or he will leave at once." In the evening, the princess and the shadow danced together in the large assembly rooms. She was light, but he was lighter still. She had never seen such a dancer before. She told him from what country she had come and found. He knew it and had been there, but not while she was at home. He had looked into the windows of her father's palace, both the upper and the lower windows. He had seen many things, and could therefore answer the princess, and make allusions which quite astonished her. She thought he must be the cleverest man in all the world, and felt the greatest respect for his knowledge. When she danced with him again, she fell in love with him, which the shadow quickly discovered, for she had, with her eyes, looked him through and through. They danced once more, and she was nearly telling him, but she had some discretion. She thought of her country, her kingdom, and the number of people over whom she would one day have to rule. He is a clever man, she thought to herself, which is a good thing, and he dances admirably, which is also good. But has he well-grounded knowledge? That is an important question, and I must try him. Then she asked him a most difficult question. She herself could not have answered it, and the shadow made a most unaccountable grimace. "You cannot answer that," said the princess. "I learnt something about it in my childhood," he replied, "and believe that even my very shadow standing over there by the door could answer it." "Your shadow," said the princess. "Indeed, that would be very remarkable." "I do not say so positively," observed the shadow, "but I am inclined to believe that he can do so. He has followed me for so many years and has heard so much from me that I think it is very likely. But your Royal Highness must allow me to observe that he is very proud of being considered a man, and to put him in a good humor, so that he may answer correctly, he must be treated as a man." "I shall be very pleased to do so," said the princess. So she walked up to the learned man, who stood in the doorway, and spoke to him of the sun and the moon, of the green forests, and of people near home and far off. And the learned man conversed with her pleasantly and sensibly. "What a wonderful man he must be to have such a clever shadow," thought she. "If I were to choose him, it would be a real blessing to my country and my subjects, and I will do it." So the princess and the shadow were soon engaged to each other, but no one was to be told a word about it till she returned to her kingdom. "No one shall know," said the shadow, "not even my own shadow." And he had very particular reasons for saying so. After a time, the princess returned to the land over which she reigned, and the shadow accompanied her. "Listen, my friend," said the shadow to the learned man. "Now that I am as fortunate and as powerful as any man can be, I will do something unusually good for you. You shall live in my palace, drive with me in the royal carriage, and have $100,000 a year. But you must allow everyone to call you a shadow, and never venture to say that you have been a man. And once a year, when I sit in my balcony in the sunshine, You must lie at my feet, as becomes a shadow to do. For I must tell you, I am going to marry the princess, and our wedding will take place this evening. Now really, this is too ridiculous, said the learned man. I cannot and will not submit to such folly. It would be cheating the whole country, and the princess also. I will disclose everything, and say that I am the man, and that you are only a shadow, dressed up in men's clothes. No one would believe you, said the shadow. Be reasonable now, or I will call the guards. I will go straight to the princess, said the learned man. But I shall be there first, replied the shadow, and you will be sent to prison. And so it turned out, for the guards readily obeyed him, as they knew he was going to marry the king's daughter. You tremble, said the princess when the shadow appeared before her. Has anything happened? You must not be ill today, for this evening our wedding will take place. I have gone through the most terrible affair that could possibly happen, said the shadow. Only imagine my shadow has gone mad. I suppose such a poor, shallow brain could not bear much. He fancies that he has become a real man, and that I am his shadow. How very terrible, cried the princess. Is he locked up? Oh yes, certainly, for I fear he will never recover. Poor shadow, said the princess. It is very unfortunate for him. It would really be a good deed to free him from his frail existence. And indeed, when I think how often people take the part of the lower class against the higher, in these days, it would be policy to put him out of the way quietly. It is certainly rather hard upon him, for he was a faithful servant, said the shadow, and he pretended to sigh. Yours is a noble character, said the princess, and bowed herself before him. In the evening, the whole town was illuminated, and cannons fired boom, and the soldiers presented arms. It was indeed a grand wedding. The princess and the shadow stepped out on the balcony to show themselves and to receive one cheer more. But the learned man heard nothing of all these festivities, for he had already been executed. The elderbush. Once upon a time, there was a little boy who had taken Ho. He had gone out and got his feet wet, though nobody could imagine how it had happened, for it was quite dry weather. So his mother undressed him, put him to bed, and had the teapot brought in to make him a good cup of elderflower tea. Just at that moment, the merry old man came in, who lived up a top of the house all alone, for he had neither wife nor children. But he liked children very much, and knew so many fairy tales that it was quite delightful. Now drink your tea, said the boy's mother. Then perhaps you may hear a fairy tale. if I had but something new to tell," said the old man. "But how did the child get his feet wet?" "That is the very thing that nobody can make out," said his mother. "Am I to hear a fairy tale?" asked the little boy. "Yes, if you can tell me exactly, for I must know that first, how deep the gutter is in the little street opposite that you pass through in going to school." "Just up to the middle of my boot," said the child. "But then I must go into the deep hole." "Aliyah, that's where the wet feet came from," said the old man. "I ought now to tell you a story, but I don't know any more." "You can make one in a moment," said the little boy. "My mother says that all you look at can be turned into a fairy tale, and that you can find a story in everything." "Yes, but such tales and stories are good for nothing. The right sort come of themselves. They tap at my forehead and say, 'Here we are.'" "Won't there be a tap soon?" asked the little boy, and his mother laughed, put some elderflowers in the teapot, and poured boiling water upon them. "Do tell me something." "Pray do." "Yes, if a fairy tale would come of its own accord. But they are proud and haughty, and come only when they choose." "Stop," said he all on a sudden. "I have it. Pay attention. There is one in the teapot." And the little boy looked at the teapot. The cover rose more and more, and the elderflowers came forth so fresh and white, and shot up long branches out of the spout. Even did they spread themselves on all sides, and grew larger and larger. It was a splendid elderbush, a whole tree, and it reached into the very bed and pushed the curtains aside. How it bloomed! And what an odor! In the middle of the bush sat a friendly-looking old woman in a most strange dress. It was quite green, like the leaves of the elder, and was trimmed with large white elder flowers, so that at first one could not tell whether it was a stuff or a natural green and real flowers. "What's that woman's name?" asked the little boy. "The Greeks and Romans," said the old man, "called her a dryad, but that we do not understand. The people who live in the new booths have a much better name for her. They call her Old Granny, and she it is to whom you are to pay attention. Now listen and look at the beautiful elderbush. A row of buildings for seamen in Copenhagen, just such another large blooming elder tree stands near the new booths. It grew there in the corner of a little miserable courtyard, and under it sat of an afternoon, in the most splendid sunshine, two old people, an old seaman and his old wife. They had great-grandchildren, and were soon to celebrate the 50th anniversary of their marriage. But they could not exactly recollect the date, and Old Granny sat in the tree and looked as pleased as now. "I know the date," said she, but those below did not hear her, for they were talking about old times. "Yes, can't you remember when we were very little?" said the old seaman, and ran and played about. It was the very same courtyard where we now are, and we stuck slips in the ground and made a garden. "I remember it well," said the old woman. "I remember it quite well. We watered the slips, and one of them was an elderbush. It took root, put forth green shoots, and grew up to be the large tree under which we old folks are now sitting." "To be sure," said he. "And there, in the corner, stood a water pail where I used to swim my boats." "True. But first we went to school to learn somewhat," said she. "And then we were confirmed." We both cried. But in the afternoon, we went up the round tower and looked down on Copenhagen and far, far away over the water. Then we went to Frederiksberg, where the king and the queen were sailing about in their splendid barges. But I had a different sort of sailing to that later, and that, too, for many a year, a long way off on great voyages. "Yes, many a time have I wept for your sake," said she. "I thought you were dead and gone and lying down in the deep waters. Many a night have I got up to see if the wind had not changed, and changed it had sure enough. But you never came. I remember so well. One day, when the rain was pouring down in torrents, the scavengers were before the house where I was in service, and I had come up with the dust and remained standing at the door. It was dreadful weather, when just as I was there, the postman came and gave me a letter. It was from you. What a tour that letter had made. I opened it instantly and read. I laughed and wept. I was so happy. In it, I read that you were in warm lands where the coffee tree grows. What a blessed land that must be. You related so much. And I saw it all the while. The rain was pouring down, and I standing there with the dust box. At the same moment came someone who embraced me. Yes, but you gave him a good box on his ear that made it tingle. But I did not know it was you. You arrived as soon as your letter, and you were so handsome that you still are, and had a long yellow silk handkerchief round your neck and a brand new hat on. Oh, you were so dashing. Good heavens, what weather it was, and what a state the street was in. And then we married, said he. Don't you remember? And then we had our first little boy, and then Mary, and Nicholas, and Peter, and Christian. Yes, and how they all grew up to be honest people, and were beloved by everybody. And their children also have children, said the old sailor. Yes, those are our grandchildren, full of strength and vigor. It was methinks about this season that we had our wedding. Yes, this very day is the 50th anniversary of the marriage, said old Granny, sticking her between the two old people, who thought it was their neighbor who nodded to them. They looked at each other and held one another by the hand. Soon after came their children and their grandchildren, for they knew well enough that it was the day of the 50th anniversary and had come with their gratulations that very morning. But the old people had forgotten it, although they were able to remember all that had happened many years ago. And the elderbush sent forth a strong odor in the sun that was just about to set and shone right in the old people's faces. They both looked so rosy-cheeked, and the youngest of the grandchildren danced around them and called out, quite delighted that there was to be something very splendid that evening. They were all to have hot potatoes. And old Nanny nodded in the bush and shouted, "Hurrah!" with the rest. "But that is no fairy tale," said the little boy who was listening to the story. "The thing is, you must understand it," said the narrator. "Let us ask old Nanny." "That was no fairy tale, 'tis true," said old Nanny. "But now it's coming. The most wonderful fairy tales grow out of that which is reality. Were that not the case, you know, my magnificent elderbush could not have grown out of the teapot." And then she took the little boy out of bed, laid him on her bosom, and the branches of the elder tree, full of flowers, closed around her. They sat in an aerial dwelling, and it flew with them through the air. Oh, it was wondrous, beautiful. Old Nanny had grown all of a sudden a young and pretty maiden, but her robe was still the same green stuff, with white flowers, which she had worn before. On her bosom, she had a real elderflower, and in her yellow waving hair, a wreath of the flowers. Her eyes were so large and blue that it was a pleasure to look at them. She kissed the boy, and now they were of the same age and felt alike. Hand in hand, they went out of the bower, and they were standing in the beautiful garden of their home, near the green lawn. Papa's walking stick was tied, and for the little ones, it seemed to be endowed with life. For as soon as they got astride it, the round, polished knob was turned into a magnificent neighing head. A long black mane fluttered in the breeze, and 4 slender yet strong legs shot out. The animal was strong and handsome, and away they went at full gallop round the lawn. "Huzza now, we are riding miles off," said the boy. "We are riding away to the castle where we were last year." And on they rode round the grass plot, and the little maiden, who we know was no one else but old Nanny, kept on crying out, "Now we are in the country. Don't you see the farm yonder? And there is an elder tree standing beside it. and the cock is scraping away the earth for the hens. Look how he struts. And now we are close to the church. It lies high upon the hill, between the large oak trees, one of which is half decayed. And now we are by the smithy, where the fire is blazing, and where the half-naked men are banging with their hammers till the sparks fly about. Away, away, to the beautiful country seat. And all that the little maiden who sat behind on the stick spoke of flew by in reality. The boy saw it all, and yet they were only going round the grass plot. Then they played in a side avenue, and marked out a little garden on the earth, and they elder blossoms from their hair, planted them, and they grew just like those the old people planted when they were children, as related before. They went hand in hand, as the old people had done when they were children, but not to the round tower or to Friedericksburg. No, the little damsel wound her arms round the boy, and then they flew far away through all Denmark. And spring came and summer, and then it was autumn, and then winter, and 1,000 pictures were reflected in the eye and in the heart of the boy. And the little girl always sang to him, "This you will never forget." And during their whole flight, the elder tree smelt so sweet and odorous. He remarked the roses and the fresh beeches, but the elder tree had a more wondrous fragrance for its flowers hung on the breast of the little maiden. And there, too, did he often lay his head during the flight. "It is lovely here in spring," said the young maiden. And they stood in a beech wood that had just put on its first green, where the wood roof at their feet sent forth its fragrance, and the pale red anemone looked so pretty among the verdure. Oh, would it were always spring in the sweetly smelling Danish beech forests. Asperula odorata. "It is lovely here in summer," said she, and she flew past old castles of bygone days of chivalry, where the red walls and the embattled gables were mirrored in the canal, where the swans were swimming, and peered up into the old cool avenues. In the fields, the corn was waving like the sea. In the ditches, red and yellow flowers were growing, while wild drone flowers and blooming convolvuluses were creeping in the hedges. And towards evening, the moon rose round and large, and the haycocks in the meadows smelt so sweetly. This one never forgets. "It is lovely here in autumn," said the little maiden. And suddenly the atmosphere grew as blue again as before. The forest grew red and green and yellow-colored. The dogs came leaping along, and whole flocks of wild fowl flew over the cairn, where blackberry bushes were hanging round the old stones. The sea was dark blue, covered with ships full of white sails. And in the barn, old women, maidens, and children were sitting picking hops into a large cask. The young sang songs, but the old told fairy tales of mountain sprites and soothsayers. Nothing could be more charming. "It is delightful here in winter," said the little maiden, and all the trees were covered with hoarfrost. They looked like white corals. The snow crackled underfoot as if one had new boots on, and one falling star after the other was seen in the sky. The Christmas tree was lighted in the room. Presents were there, and good humor reigned. In the country, the violin sounded in the room of the peasant. The newly baked cakes were attacked. Even the poorest child said, "It is really delightful here in winter." Yes, it was delightful. And the little maiden showed the boy everything. And the elder tree still was fragrant, and the red flag with the white cross was still waving the flag under which the old seamen in the new booths had sailed. And the boy grew up to be a lad, and was to go forth in the wide world, far, far away, to warm lands where the coffee tree grows. But at his departure, the little maiden took an elder blossom from her bosom and gave it him to keep. And it was placed between the leaves of his prayer book. And when in foreign lands he opened the book, it was always at the place where the keepsake flower lay, and the more he looked at it, the fresher it became. He felt, as it were, the fragrance of the Danish groves, and from among the leaves of the flowers, he could distinctly see the little maiden peeping forth with her bright blue eyes. And then she whispered, "It is delightful here in spring, summer, autumn, and winter." And 100 visions glided before his mind. Thus passed many years, and he was now an old man, and sat with his old wife under the blooming tree. They held each other by the hand, as the old grandfather and grandmother yonder in the new booths did. And they talked exactly like them, of old times, and of the 50th anniversary of their wedding. The little maiden with the blue eyes, and with elder blossoms in her hair, sat in the tree, nodded to both of them, and said, "Today is the 50th anniversary." And then she took 2 flowers out of her hair and kissed them. First they shone like silver, then like gold. And when they laid them on the heads of the old people, each flower became a golden crown. So there they both sat like a king and a queen under the fragrant tree that looked exactly like an elder. The old man told his wife the story of Old Nanny, as it had been told him when a boy, and it seemed to both of them it contained much that resembled their own history, and those parts that were like it pleased them best. "Thus it is," said the little maiden in the tree. "Some call me Old Nanny, others a dryad, but in reality, my name is Remembrance. 'Tis I who sit in the tree that grows and grows. I can remember. I can tell things. Let me see if you have my flower still." And the old man opened his prayer book. There lay the elder blossom as fresh as if it had been placed there but a short time before. And remembrance nodded, and the old people decked with crowns of gold sat in the flush of the evening sun. They closed their eyes and yes, that's the end of the story. The little boy lay in his bed. He did not know if he had dreamed or not, or if he had been listening while someone told him the story. The teapot was standing on the table, but no elder tree was growing out of it, and the old man who had been talking was just on the point of going out at the door, and he did go. "How splendid that was," said the little boy. "Mother, I have been to warm countries." "So I should think," said his mother. "When one has drunk 2 good cupfuls of elderflower tea, 'tis likely enough one goes into warm climates." And she tucked him up nicely, lest he should take cold. "You have had a good sleep while I have been sitting here and arguing with him whether it was a story or a fairy tale." "And where is old Nanny?" asked the little boy. "In the teapot," said his mother, "and there she may remain." The old street lamp. Did you ever hear the story of the old street lamp? It is not remarkably interesting, but for once, in a way, you may as well listen to it. It was a most respectable old lamp, which had seen many, many years of service, and now was to retire with a pension. It was this evening at its post, for the last time, giving light to the street. His feelings were something like those of an old dancer at the theater who is dancing for the last time and knows that on the morrow she will be in her garret alone and forgotten. The lamp had very great anxiety about the next day, for he knew that he had to appear for the first time at the town hall, to be inspected by the mayor and the council, who were to decide if he were fit for further service or not, whether the lamp was good enough to be used to light the inhabitants of one of the suburbs or in the country at some factory, and if not, it would be sent at once to an iron foundry to be melted down. In this latter case, it might be turned into anything, and he wondered very much whether he would then be able to remember that he had once been a street lamp, and it troubled him exceedingly. Whatever might happen, one thing seemed certain, that he would be separated from the watchman and his wife, whose family he looked upon as his own. The lamp had first been hung up on that very evening that the watchman, then a robust young man, had entered upon the duties of his office. Ah, well, it was a very long time since one became a lamp and the other a watchman. His wife had a little pride in those days. She seldom condescended to glance at the lamp, excepting when she passed by in the evening, never in the daytime. But in later years, when all these, the watchman, the wife, and the lamp, had grown old, she had attended to it, cleaned it, and supplied it with oil. The old people were thoroughly honest. They had never cheated the lamp of a single drop of the oil provided for it. This was the lamp's last night in the street, and tomorrow he must go to the town hall. Two very dark things to think of. No wonder he did not burn brightly. Many other thoughts also passed through his mind. How many persons he had lighted on their way, and how much he had seen. As much, very likely, as the mayor and corporation themselves. None of these thoughts were uttered aloud, however, for he was a good, honorable old lamp who would not willingly do harm to anyone, especially to those in authority. As many things were recalled to his mind, the light would flash up with sudden brightness. He had at such moments a conviction that he would be remembered. There was a handsome young man once, thought he. It is certainly a long while ago, but I remember he had a little note written on pink paper with a gold edge. The writing was elegant, evidently a lady's hand. Twice he read it through and kissed it, and then looked up at me with eyes that said quite plainly, "I am the happiest of men." Only he and I know what was written on this, his first letter from his lady love. Ah, yes. And there was another pair of eyes that I remember. It is really wonderful how the thoughts jump from one thing to another. A funeral passed through the street. A young and beautiful woman lay on a bier, decked with garlands of flowers and attended by torches which quite overpowered my light. All along the street stood the people from the houses in crowds, ready to join the procession. But when the torches had passed from before me, and I could look round, I saw one person alone, standing, leaning against my post and weeping. Never shall I forget the sorrowful eyes that looked up at me. These and similar reflections occupied the old street lamp on this, the last time that his light would shine. The sentry, when he is relieved from his post, knows at least who will succeed him, and may whisper a few words to him. But the lamp did not know his successor, or he could have given him a few hints respecting rain or mist, and could have informed him how far the moon's rays would rest on the pavement, and from which side the wind generally blew, and so on. On the bridge over the canal stood 3 persons who wished to recommend themselves to the lamp, for they thought he could give the office to whomsoever he chose. The first was a herring's head, which could emit light in the darkness. He remarked that it would be a great saving of oil if they placed him on the lamppost. Number 2 was a piece of rotten wood, which also shines in the dark. He considered himself descended from an old stem, once the pride of the forest. The third was a glowworm, and how he found his way there, the lamp could not imagine. Yet there he was, and could really give light as well as the others. But the rotten wood and the herring's head declared most solemnly, by all they held sacred, that the glowworm only gave light at certain times and must not be allowed to compete with themselves. The old lamp assured them that not one of them could give sufficient light to fill the position of a street lamp. But they would believe nothing, he said. And when they discovered that he had not the power of naming his successor, they said they were very glad to hear it, for the lamp was too old and worn out to make a proper choice. At this moment, the wind came rushing round the corner of the street and through the air holes of the old lamp. "What is this I hear?" said he. "That you are going away tomorrow? Is this evening the last time we shall meet? Then I must present you with a farewell gift. I will blow into your brain, so that in future you shall not only be able to remember that you have seen or heard in the past, but your light within shall be so bright that you shall be able to understand all that is said or done in your presence." "Oh, that is really a very, very great gift," said the old lamp. "I thank you most heartily. I only hope I shall not be melted down." "That is not likely to happen yet," said the wind. "And I will also blow a memory into you so that should you receive other similar presents, your old age will pass very pleasantly. That is if I am not melted down," said the lamp. "But should I, in that case, still retain my memory?" "Do be reasonable, old lamp," said the wind, puffing away. At this moment, the moon burst forth from the clouds. "What will you give the old lamp?" asked the wind. "I can give nothing," she replied. "I am on the wane, and no lamps have ever given me light, while I have frequently shone upon them." And with these words, the moon hid herself again behind the clouds, that she might be saved from further importunities. Just then, a drop fell upon the lamp from the roof of the house. But the drop explained that he was a gift from those gray clouds, and perhaps the best of all gifts. "I shall penetrate you so thoroughly," he said, "that you will have the power of becoming rusty, and if you wish it, to crumble into dust in one night." But this seemed to the lamp a very shabby present, and the wind thought so too. "Does no one give any more? Will no one give any more?" shouted the breath of the wind as loud as it could. Then a bright falling star came down, leaving a broad, luminous streak behind it. "What was that?" cried the herring's head. "Did not a star fall? I really believe it went into the lamp." Certainly, when such high-born personages try for the office, we may as well say, "Good night," and go home. And so they did all three, while the old lamp threw a wonderfully strong light all around him. "This is a glorious gift," said he. The bright stars have always been a joy to me, and have always shone more brilliantly than I ever could shine, though I have tried with my whole might. And now they have noticed me, a poor old lamp, and have sent me a gift that will enable me to see clearly everything that I remember, as if it still stood before me, and to be seen by all those who love me. And herein lies the truest pleasure for joy, which we cannot share with others, is only half enjoyed. That sentiment does you honor, said the wind. But for this purpose, wax lights will be necessary. If these are not lighted in you, your particular faculties will not benefit others in the least. The stars have not thought of this. They suppose that you and every other light must be a wax taper, but I must go down now. So he laid himself to rest. Wax tapers indeed, said the lamp. I have never yet had these, nor is it likely I ever shall. If I could only be sure of not being melted down. The next day. Well, perhaps we had better pass over the next day. The evening had come, and the lamp was resting in a grandfather's chair. And guess where? Why, at the old watchman's house. He had begged as a favor that the mayor and corporation would allow him to keep the street lamp in consideration of his long and faithful service, as he had himself hung it up and lit it on the day he first commenced his duties 24 years ago. He looked upon it almost as his own child. He had no children, so the lamp was given to him. There it lay in the great armchair near to the warm stove. It seemed almost as if it had grown larger, for it appeared quite to fill the chair. The old people sat at their supper, casting friendly glances at the old lamp, whom they would willingly have admitted to a place at the table. It is quite true that they dwelt in a cellar 2 yards deep in the earth, and they had to cross a stone passage to get to their room. But within it was warm and comfortable, and strips of list had been nailed round the door. The bed and the little window had curtains, and everything looked clean and neat. On the window seat stood 2 curious flower pots, which a sailor named Christian had brought over from the East or West Indies. They were of clay and in the form of 2 elephants with open backs. They were hollow and filled with earth, and through the open space flowers bloomed. In one grew some very fine chives or leeks. This was the kitchen garden. The other elephant, which contained a beautiful geranium, they called their flower garden. On the wall hung a large colored print representing the Congress of Vienna and all the kings and emperors at once. A clock with heavy weights hung on the wall and went tick, tick, steadily enough. Yet it was always rather too fast, which, however, the old people said was better than being too slow. They were now eating their supper, while the old street lamp, as we have heard, lay in the grandfather's armchair near the stove. It seemed to the lamp as if the whole world had turned round. But after a while, the old watchman looked at the lamp and spoke of what they had both gone through together, in rain and in fog, during the short, bright nights of summer, or in the long winter nights through the drifting snowstorms, when he longed to be at home in the cellar. Then the lamp felt it was all right again. He saw everything that had happened quite clearly, as if it were passing before him. Surely the wind had given him an excellent gift. The old people were very active and industrious. They were never idle for even a single hour. On Sunday afternoons, they would bring out some books. Generally, a book of travels, which they were very fond of. The old man would read aloud about Africa with its great forests and the wild elephants, while his wife would listen attentively, stealing a glance now and then at the clay elephants, which served as flower pots. "I can almost imagine I am seeing it all," she said. And then how the lamp wished for a wax taper to be lighted in him. For then the old woman would have seen the smallest detail as clearly as he did himself. The lofty trees with their thickly entwined branches, the naked Negroes on horseback, and whole herds of elephants treading down bamboo thickets with their broad, heavy feet. "What is the use of all my capabilities," sighed the old lamp, "when I cannot obtain any wax lights? They have only oil and tallow. Here and these will not do." One day, a great heap of wax candle ends found their way into the cellar. The larger pieces were burnt, and the smaller ones the old woman kept for waxing her thread. So there were now candles. Enough, but it never occurred to anyone to put a little piece in the lamp. "Here I am now with my rare powers," thought the lamp. "I have faculties within me, but I cannot share them. They do not know that I could cover these white walls with beautiful tapestry, or change them into noble forests, or indeed to anything else they might wish for." The lamp, however, was always kept clean and shining in a corner where it attracted all eyes. Strangers looked upon it as lumber, but the old people did not care for that. They loved the lamp. One day, it was the watchman's birthday. The old woman approached the lamp, smiling to herself, and said, "I will have an illumination today in honor of my old man." And the lamp rattled in his metal frame, for he thought, "Now at last I shall have a light within me." But after all, no wax light was placed in the lamp, but oil as usual. The lamp burned through the whole evening, and began to perceive too clearly that the gift of the stars would remain a hidden treasure all his life. Then he had a dream. For to one with his faculties, dreaming was no difficulty. It appeared to him that the old people were dead, and that he had been taken to the iron foundry to be melted down. It caused him quite as much anxiety as on the day when he had been called upon to appear before the mayor and the council at the town hall. But though he had been endowed with the power of falling into decay from rust when he pleased, he did not make use of it. I was therefore put into the melting furnace and changed into as elegant an iron candlestick as you could wish to see, one intended to hold a wax taper. The candlestick was in the form of an angel holding a nosegay, in the center of which the wax taper was to be placed. It was to stand on a green writing table in a very pleasant room. Many books were scattered about, and splendid paintings hung on the walls. The owner of the room was a poet and a man of intellect. Everything he thought or wrote was pictured around him. Nature showed herself to him sometimes in the dark forests, at others in cheerful meadows where the storks were strutting about, or on the deck of a ship sailing across the foaming sea with the clear blue sky above, or at night the glittering stars. "What powers I possess," said the lamp, awaking from his dream. "I could almost wish to be melted down. But no, that must not be while the old people live. They love me for myself alone. They keep me bright and supply me with oil. I am as well off as the picture of the Congress in which they take so much pleasure." And from that time he felt at rest in himself, and not more so than such an honorable old lamp really deserved to be. The elfin hill. A few large lizards were running nimbly about in the clefts of an old tree. They could understand another very well, for they spoke the lizard language. "What a buzzing and a rumbling there is in the elfin hill," said one of the lizards. "I have not been able to close my eyes for 2 nights on account of the noise. I might just as well have had the toothache, for that always keeps me awake. There is something going on within there," said the other lizard. "They propped up the top of the hill with 4 red posts till cock-crow this morning, so that it is thoroughly aired, and the elfin girls have learnt new dances. There is something." "I spoke about it to an earthworm of my acquaintance," said a third lizard. The earthworm had just come from the elfin hill, where he has been groping about in the earth day and night. He has heard a great deal, although he cannot see poor miserable creature, yet he understands very well how to wriggle and lurk about. They expect friends in the elfin hill grand company too. But who they are, the earthworm would not say, or perhaps he really did not know. All the will-o'-the-wisps are ordered to be there to hold a torch dance, as it is called. The silver and gold, which is plentiful in the hill, will be polished and placed out in the moonlight. "Who can the strangers be?" asked the lizards. "What can the matter be? Hark, what a buzzing and humming there is." Just at this moment, the elfin hill opened, and an old elfin maiden, hollow behind, came tripping out. She was the old elf king's housekeeper, and a distant relative of the family. Therefore, she wore an amber heart on the middle of her forehead. Her feet moved very fast, trip, trip. Good gracious, how she could trip right down to the sea to the night raven. "You are invited to the elf hill for this evening," said she. "But will you do me a great favor and undertake the invitations you ought to do something for? You have no housekeeping to attend to, as I have. We are going to have some very grand people conjurers who have always something to say, and therefore the old elf king wishes to make a great display." "Who is to be invited?" asked the raven. "All the world may come to the great ball, even human beings, if they can only talk in their sleep, or do something after our fashion. But for the feast, the company must be carefully selected. We can only admit persons of high rank. I have had a dispute myself with the elf king, as he thought we couldn't admit ghosts. The merman and his daughter must be invited first, although it may not be agreeable to them to remain so long on dry land, but they shall have a wet stone to sit on, or perhaps something better. So I think they will not refuse this time. We must have all the old demons of the first class, with tails, and the hobgoblins and imps. And then I think we ought not to leave out the death horse, or the grave pig, or even the church dwarf, although they do belong to the clergy and are not reckoned among our people. But that is merely their office. They are nearly related to us and visit us very frequently. "Croak," said the night raven, as he flew away with the invitations. "The elfin maidens. We are already dancing on the elf hill, and they danced in shawls woven from moonshine and mist, which look very pretty to those who like such things. The large hall within the elf hill was splendidly decorated. The floor had been washed with moonshine, and the walls had been rubbed with magic ointment, so that they glowed like tulip leaves in the light. In the kitchen were frogs roasting on the spit, and dishes preparing of snail skins with children's fingers in them, salad of mushroom seed, hemlock noses, and marrow of mice, beer from the Marsh Woman's Brewery, and sparkling salt peter wine from the grave cellars. These were all substantial food. Rusty nails and church window glass formed the dessert. The old elf king had his gold crown polished up with powdered slate pencil. It was like that used by the first form, and very difficult for an elf king to obtain. In the bedrooms, curtains were hung up and fastened with the slime of snails. There was indeed a buzzing and humming everywhere. Now we must fumigate the place with burnt horsehair and pig's bristles, and then I think I shall have done my part, said the elf manservant. Father dear, said the youngest daughter, may I now hear who our high-born visitors are? Well, I suppose I must tell you now, he replied. 2 of my daughters must prepare themselves to be married, for the marriages certainly will take place. The old goblin from Norway, who lives in the ancient Dover Mountains, and who possesses many castles built of rock and freestone, besides a gold mine which is better than all. So it is thought is coming with his 2 sons, who are both seeking a wife. The old goblin is a true-hearted, honest old Norwegian graybeard, cheerful and straightforward. I knew him formerly when we used to drink together, to our good fellowship. He came here once to fetch his wife. She is dead now. She was the daughter of the king of the chalk hills at Moen. They say he took his wife from chalk. I shall be delighted to see him again. It is said that the boys are ill-bred, forward lads, but perhaps that is not quite correct, and they will become better as they grow older. Let me see that you know how to teach them good manners. And when are they coming? Asked the daughter. That depends upon wind and weather, said the elf king. They travel economically. They will come when there is the chance of a ship. I wanted them to come over to Sweden, but the old man was not inclined to take my advice. He does not go forward with the times, and that I do not like. 2 will-o'-the-wisps came jumping in one quicker than the other, so of course one arrived first. They are coming! They are coming! He cried. Give me my crown, said the elf king, and let me stand in the moonshine. The daughters drew on their shawls and bowed down to the ground. There stood the old goblin from the Dover Mountains, with his crown of hardened ice and polished fir cones. Besides this, he wore a bear skin and great warm boots, while his sons went with their throats bare and wore no braces, for they were strong men. Is that a hill? Said the youngest of the boys, pointing to the elf hill. We should call it a hole in Norway. Boys, said the old man, a hole goes in and a hill stands out. Have you no eyes in your heads? Another thing they wondered at was that they were able without trouble to understand the language. Take care, said the old man, or people will think you have not been well brought up. Then they entered the elfin hill, where the select and grand company were assembled, and so quickly had they appeared that they seemed to have been blown together. but for each guest, the neatest and pleasantest arrangement had been made. The sea folks sat at table in great water tubs, and they said it was just like being at home. All behaved themselves properly, excepting the two young northern goblins. They put their legs on the table and thought they were all right. "Feet off the tablecloth," said the old goblin. They obeyed, but not immediately. Then they tickled the ladies who waited at table with the fir cones, which they carried in their pockets. They took off their boots that they might be more at ease, and gave them to the ladies to hold. But their father, the old goblin, was very different. He talked pleasantly about the stately Norwegian rocks, and told fine tales of the waterfalls, which dashed over them with a clattering noise like thunder, or the sound of an organ spreading their white foam on every side. He told of the salmon that leaps in the rushing waters, while the water god plays on his golden harp. He spoke of the bright winter nights when the sledge bells are ringing, and the boys run with burning torches across the smooth ice, which is so transparent that they can see the fishes dart forward beneath their feet. He described everything so clearly that those who listened could see it all. They could see the sawmill going the men servants, and the maidens singing songs and dancing a rattling dance, when all at once the old goblin gave the old elfin maiden a kiss. Such a tremendous kiss, and yet they were almost strangers to each other. Then the elfin girls had to dance first in the usual way, and then with stamping feet, which they performed very well. Then followed the artistic and solo dance. Dear me, how they did throw their legs about. No one could tell where the dance begun or where it ended, nor indeed which were legs and which were arms, for they were all flying about together, like the shavings in a sawpit, and then they spun round so quickly that the death horse and the grave pig became sick and giddy and were obliged to leave the table. "Stop!" cried the old goblin. "Is that the only housekeeping they can perform? Can they do anything more than dance and throw about their legs and make a whirlwind? You shall soon see what they can do," said the elf king. And then he called his youngest daughter to him. She was slender and fair as moonlight, and the most graceful of all the sisters. She took a white chip in her mouth and vanished instantly. This was her accomplishment. But the old goblin said he should not like his wife to have such an accomplishment, and thought his boys would have the same objection. Another daughter could make a figure like herself follow her as if she had a shadow, which none of the goblin folk ever had. The third was of quite a different sort. She had learnt in the brew-house of the Moor Witch how to lard elfin puddings with glowworms. "She will make a good housewife," said the old goblin, and then saluted her with his eyes, instead of drinking her health. For he did not drink much. Now came the fourth daughter, with a large harp to play upon. And when she struck the first chord, every one lifted up the left leg, for the goblins are left-legged. And at the second chord, they found they must all do just what she wanted. "That is a dangerous woman," said the old goblin. And the two sons walked out of the hill. They had had enough of it. "And what can the next daughter do?" asked the old goblin. "I have learnt everything that is Norwegian," said she, "and I will never marry unless I can go to Norway." Then her youngest sister whispered to the old goblin, "That is only because she has heard in a Norwegian song that when the world shall decay, the cliffs of Norway will remain standing like monuments, and she wants to get there that she may be safe, for she is so afraid of sinking." "Ho ho," said the old goblin. "Is that what she means? Well, what can the seventh and last do? The sixth comes before the seventh," said the elf king, for he could reckon. But the sixth would not come forward. "I can only tell people the truth," said she. "No one cares for me, nor troubles himself about me. And I have enough to do to sew my grave clothes." So the seventh and last came. And what could she do? Why, she could tell stories, as many as you liked, on any subject. "Here are my 5 fingers," said the old goblin. "Now tell me a story for each of them." So she took him by the wrist, and he laughed till he nearly choked. And when she came to the 4th finger, there was a gold ring on it, as if it knew there was to be a betrothal. Then the old goblin said, "Hold fast what you have, this hand is yours, for I will have you for a wife myself." Then the elfin girl said that the stories about the ring finger and little Peter Playman had not yet been told. "We will hear them in the winter," said the old goblin, "and also about the fir and the birch trees and the ghost stories and of the tingling frost. You shall tell your tales, for no one over there can do it so well. And we will sit in the stone rooms where the pine logs are burning and drink mead out of the golden drinking horn of the old Norwegian kings. The water god has given me 2. And when we sit there, Nix comes to pay us a visit and will sing you all the songs of the mountain shepherdesses. How merry we shall be. The salmon will be leaping in the waterfalls and dashing against the stone walls, but he will not be able to come in. It is indeed very pleasant to live in old Norway. But where are the lads? Where indeed were they? Why, running about the fields and blowing out the will-o'-the-wisps, who so good-naturedly came and brought their torches. "What tricks have you been playing?" said the old goblin. "I have taken a mother for you, and now you may take one of your aunts." But the youngsters said they would rather make a speech and drink to their good fellowship. They had no wish to marry. Then they made speeches and drank toasts and tipped their glasses to show that they were empty. Then they took off their coats and lay down on the table to sleep, for they made themselves quite at home. But the old goblin danced about the room with his young bride and exchanged boots with her, which is more fashionable than exchanging rings. "The cock is crowing," said the old elfin maiden, who acted as housekeeper. "Now we must close the shutters that the sun may not scorch us." Boom. Then the hill closed up, but the lizards continued to run up and down the riven tree. And one said to the other, "Oh, how much I was pleased with the old goblin." "The boys pleased me better," said the earthworm. But then the poor miserable creature could not see. The story of a mother. A mother sat by her little child. She was very sad, for she feared it would die. It was quite pale, and its little eyes were closed, and sometimes it drew a heavy, deep breath, almost like a sigh. And then the mother gazed more sadly than ever on the poor little creature. Someone knocked at the door, and a poor old man walked in. I was wrapped in something that looked like a great horse cloth, and he required it truly to keep him warm, for it was cold winter. The country everywhere lay covered with snow and ice, and the wind blew so sharply that it cut one's face. The little child had dozed off to sleep for a moment, and the mother, seeing that the old man shivered with the cold, rose and placed a small mug of beer on the stove to warm for him. The old man sat and rocked the cradle, and the mother seated herself on a chair near him and looked at her sick child, who still breathed heavily, and took hold of its little hand. "You think I shall keep him, do you not?" she said. "Our all-merciful God will surely not take him away from me." The old man, who was indeed Death himself, nodded his head in a peculiar manner, which might have signified either yes or no. And the mother cast down her eyes, while the tears rolled down her cheeks. Then her head became heavy, for she had not closed her eyes for 3 days and nights, and she slept, but only for a moment. Shivering with cold, she started up and looked round the room. The old man was gone, and her child. It was gone too. The old man had taken it with him. In the corner of the room, the old clock began to strike. Whir went the chains. The heavy weight sank to the ground, and the clock stopped. And the poor mother rushed out of the house, calling for her child. Out in the snow sat a woman in long black garments, and she said to the mother, "Death has been with you in your room. I saw him hastening away with your little child. He strides faster than the wind and never brings back what he has taken away. Only tell me which way he has gone, said the mother. Tell me the way, I will find him. I know the way, said the woman in the black garments. But before I tell you, you must sing to me all the songs that you have sung to your child. I love these songs. I have heard them before. I am night, and I saw your tears flow as you sang. I will sing them all to you, said the mother. But do not detain me now. I must overtake him and find my child. But night sat silent and still. Then the mother wept and sang and wrung her hands. And there were many songs, and yet even more tears. Till at length night said, Go to the right into the dark forest of fir trees, for I saw death take that road with your little child. Within the wood the mother came to crossroads, and she knew not which to take. Just by stood a thorn bush. It had neither leaf nor flower, for it was the cold winter time, and icicles hung on the branches. Have you not seen death go by with my little child? She asked. Yes, replied the thorn bush, but I will not tell you which way he has taken until you have warmed me in your bosom. I am freezing to death here and turning to ice. Then she pressed the bramble to her bosom quite close so that it might be thawed, and the thorns pierced her flesh, and great drops of blood flowed. But the bramble shot forth fresh green leaves, and they became flowers on the cold winter's night. So warm is the heart of a sorrowing mother. Then the bramble bush told her the path she must take. She came at length to a great lake, on which there was neither ship nor boat to be seen. The lake was not frozen sufficiently for her to pass over on the ice, nor was it open enough for her to wade through. And yet she must cross it if she wished to find her child. Then she laid herself down to drink up the water of the lake, which was, of course, impossible for any human being to do. But the bereaved mother thought that perhaps a miracle might take place to help her. You will never succeed in this, said the lake. Let us make an agreement together, which will be better. I love to collect pearls, and your eyes are the purest I have ever seen. If you will weep those eyes away in tears into my waters, then I will take you to the large hothouse where death dwells and rears flowers and trees, every one of which is a human life. Oh, what would I not give to reach my child, said the weeping mother. And as she still continued to weep, her eyes fell into the depths of the lake and became two costly pearls. Then the lake lifted her up and wafted her across to the opposite shore, as if she were on a swing, where stood a wonderful building many miles in length. No one could tell whether it was a mountain covered with forests and full of caves, or whether it had been built. But the poor mother could not see, for she had wept her eyes into the lake. "Where shall I find Death, who went away with my little child?" she asked. "He has not arrived here yet," said an old gray-haired woman who was walking about and watering Death's hothouse. "How have you found your way here, and who helped you?" "God has helped me," she replied. "He is merciful. Will you not be merciful too? Where shall I find my little child?" "I did not know the child," said the old woman, "and you are blind. Many flowers and trees have faded tonight, and Death will soon come to transplant them. You know already that every human being has a life tree or a life flower, just as may be ordained for him. They look like other plants, but they have hearts that beat. Children's hearts also beat. From that you may perhaps be able to recognize your child. But what will you give me if I tell you what more you will have to do?" "I have nothing to give," said the afflicted mother, "but I would go to the ends of the earth for you." "I can give you nothing to do for me there," said the old woman, "but you can give me your long black hair. You know yourself that it is beautiful, and it pleases me. You can take my white hair in exchange, which will be something in return. Do you ask nothing more than that?" said she. "I will give it to you with pleasure." And she gave up her beautiful hair and received in return the white locks of the old woman. Then they went into Death's vast hothouse, where flowers and trees grew together in wonderful profusion. Blooming hyacinths under glass bells and peonies like strong trees. There grew water plants, some quite fresh, and others looking sickly, which had water snakes twining round them, and black crabs clinging to their stems. There stood noble palm trees, oaks and plantains, and beneath them bloomed thyme and parsley. Each tree and flower had a name. Each represented a human life and belonged to men still living, some in China, others in Greenland, and in all parts of the world. Some large trees had been planted in little pots so that they were cramped for room and seemed about to burst the pot to pieces, while many weak little flowers were growing in rich soil with moss all around them, carefully tended and cared for. The sorrowing mother bent over the little plants and heard the human heart beating in each, and recognized the beatings of her child's heart among millions of others. "That is it," she cried, stretching out her hand towards a little crocus flower, which hung down its sickly head. "Do not touch the flower," exclaimed the old woman, "but place yourself here, and when death comes, I expect him every minute. Do not let him pull up that plant, but threaten him, that if he does, you will serve the other flowers in the same manner. This will make him afraid, for he must account to God for each of them. None can be uprooted unless he receives permission to do so." There rushed through the hothouse a chill of icy coldness, and the blind mother felt that death had arrived. "How did you find your way hither?" asked he. "How could you come here faster than I have?" "I am a mother," she answered. And Death stretched out his hand towards the delicate little flower, but she held her hands tightly round it, and held it fast at same time with the most anxious care lest she should touch one of the leaves. Then Death breathed upon her hands, and she felt his breath colder than the icy wind, and her hands sank down powerless. "You cannot prevail against me," said Death. "But a God of mercy can," said she. "I only do his will," replied Death. "I am his gardener. I take all his flowers and trees and transplant them into the gardens of paradise in an unknown land. How they flourish there, and what that garden resembles, I may not tell you." "Give me back my child," said the mother, weeping and imploring. And she seized 2 beautiful flowers in her hands and cried to Death, "I will tear up all your flowers, for I am in despair." "Do not touch them," said Death. "You say you are unhappy, and would you make another mother as unhappy as yourself?" "Another mother," cried the poor woman, setting the flowers free from her hands. "There are your eyes," said Death. "I fished them up out of the lake for you. They were shining brightly, but I knew not they were yours. Take them back. They are clearer now than before. And then look into the deep well, which is close by here. I will tell you the names of the 2 flowers which you wished to pull up, and you will see the whole future of the human beings they represent, and what you were about to frustrate and destroy." Then she looked into the well, and it was a glorious sight to behold how one of them became a blessing to the world, and how much happiness and joy it spread around. But she saw that the life of the other was full of care and poverty, misery and woe. "Both are the will of God," said Death. "Which is the unhappy flower, and which is the blessed one?" she said. "That I may not tell you," said Death. "But thus far you may learn that one of the 2 flowers represents your own child. It was the fate of your child that you saw, the future of your own child." Then the mother screamed aloud with terror, Which of them belongs to my child? Tell me that. Deliver the unhappy child. Release it from so much misery. Rather, take it away. Take it to the kingdom of God. Forget my tears and my entreaties. Forget all that I have said or done. I do not understand you, said Death. Will you have your child back, or shall I carry him away to a place that you do not know? Then the mother wrung her hands, fell on her knees, and prayed to God. Grant not my prayers when they are contrary to thy will, which at all times must be the best. Oh, hear them not. And her head sank on her bosom. Then Death carried away her child to the unknown land. The darning needle. Once upon a time, there lived a darning needle who thought herself the most exquisite of all instruments ever created. She was slender, gleaming, and sharp, and she knew it. Handle me carefully, she would whisper to the fingers that reached for her, for I am delicate beyond compare. Should I fall, you would never find me again. I am far too fine for this coarse world. The fingers, accustomed to pride, in every form, pinched her around the waist. You think very highly of yourself, little one, they said. Of course, replied the needle, arching her glittering spine. See, I travel with a train. And she drew behind her a long thread so light it almost floated in the air, though as vanity often neglects practicality, the thread bore no knot at its end. She was soon pressed against the cook's slipper, where a tear in the leather waited to be mended. Such crude work, she exclaimed. Surely this cannot be my destiny, to pierce coarse hide, to labor among grease and grime. My fineness will not endure it. And indeed, at the first resistance, she snapped clean in two. Did I not say so? She sighed with tragic grace. I am too refined for this sort of existence. The fingers examined the broken piece and murmured, She is useless now. Yet they did not discard her. The cook, in a moment of practicality, dropped a spot of sealing wax upon her blunt end and pinned her handkerchief in place with it. There, said the darning needle, proudly at last, I have risen to the position I deserve. A breast pin. I knew my worth would one day be recognized. Merit always ascends. She smiled, though of course no one ever sees a darning needle smile, and sat as still and dignified as a queen in her carriage. Beside her glimmered a common pin. The darning needle regarded it with polite condescension. Pray, are you made of gold? She asked. You have a pleasant shimmer, though your head is rather small. Still take care to grow dear. Not everyone has the fortune to be crowned with sealing wax, as I am. But pride is slippery, and dignity often perches on the edge of disaster. In drawing herself up to appear more noble. She lost balance and tumbled, not gracefully, into the sink the cook was cleaning. The water swirled about her, carrying her away. Ah, said the darning needle. So begins my journey. I trust it shall be a grand one. Only I do hope I shall not be lost. Yet lost, she was swept through the drain and into the gutter. There she lay, among the refuse of the world, still consoling herself. I am too fine for such surroundings, she murmured. But I know my worth, and that is comfort enough. Around her drifted fragments of life, splinters of wood, straw, torn scraps of paper, and the murky whisper of the city above. See how they rush about, said the darning needle, watching the floating debris. Each imagines itself important. The chip sails by as though it carried the world's secrets. That straw twisting, turning, desperate to be noticed, will soon strike a stone and break. And that piece of newspaper, its words have long been forgotten, yet it swells with pride, as if they were eternal truths. I at least remain steadfast. I know who I am, and so I need not move. Days passed, and rain mingled with sunlight. Then something beside her caught the light, a shard of broken glass gleaming like a captured star. The darning needle addressed it, naturally assuming equality. You must be a diamond, she said approvingly. Your brilliance rivals my own. Why, yes, said the fragment, flattered. Something of that sort. And so the two lay together, each imagining the other of great value, and spoke loftily about the folly of mankind. I have dwelt in the workbox of a lady, said the darning needle, a most distinguished lady. The cook, in fact. Her 5 fingers were the most conceited creatures imaginable. Thumb, short and thick, claimed to be the strongest. The next, always dipped in sauces, fancied himself an artist. The middle finger towered proudly, believing height to be greatness. The ring finger strutted about with a golden band as though born to royalty. And the little one, oh, the little one, did nothing and bragged of leisure. Such arrogance among servants of flesh. Naturally, I withdrew. How tiresome humanity, must be said the glass shard. How fortunate that we glitter quietly instead. But even vanity may be carried away. A sudden stream of rainwater surged through the gutter, lifting the glass and sweeping it away into the unknown. So he is promoted, said the darning needle, and I remain, but that is as it should be. I am too fine to drift. The world must come to me, not I to it. She gazed upward, where the sunlight filtered through puddles. Perhaps I was born of a sunbeam, she mused. The light seems always to search for me. Ah, I am so fine that even my Maker could not find me again. Had I my old eye, which broke off long ago, I might have shed a tear. But no, that would be unbecoming. A lady must never cry. Time passed, and the world forgot her. Yet one day, a pair of street boys came poking in the gutter with sticks, searching for treasures. A bent nail, a lost coin, a token of luck. "Hallo," cried one, pricking his finger. "Here's a thing for you." "I am not a thing, I am a lady," said the darning needle, though no one heard. Her sealing wax had long since worn away, and she was tarnished black. Yet she thought this gave her a more elegant slenderness. "Black is slimming," she said proudly. "It suits my refinement." "Here's an eggshell," shouted the boys. They stuck the needle through it and sent it sailing upon the gutter's current. "Now that looks like a fine ship, white walls. And I am dark. What contrast," said the darning needle. "I shall be admired at last. I only hope I am not seasick. That would be terribly unladylike." But she bore the voyage well. "How fortunate I am to possess a steel stomach," she said. "Delicate souls can endure anything if they remember their dignity." Just then, a wagon rumbled past its wheel, splashing through the water. The little eggshell cracked 'neath the weight. "Heavens," cried the darning needle, "how violent I am surely breaking." Yet she did not break. She lay still, her slender form unbent, half buried in the mud, shining faintly in the light of the setting sun. And there she remained, forgotten by all yet ever proud, a darning needle who had once believed herself destined for embroidery and glory, and who now lay among the dust and dreams of the street, whispering to herself, "I am fine. I am fine, fine still. The world may not see it, but I shall never forget who I am." The angel. Whenever a good child leaves the world, an angel of God descends from the heights of heaven. With arms full of mercy and wings as white as dawn, he gathers the little one into his embrace. Then together they rise through the quiet air. Their flight is not hurried, for heaven is patient, and the angel wishes to show the child all the places on earth that had once brought joy to the innocent heart, now at rest. Below them lie meadows and winding paths, sunlit gardens, and familiar doorsteps where laughter had once rung. The angel glides gently, his great wings spreading light across the slumbering earth. Wherever the child's eyes had once lingered with wonder, the angel pauses as if the memory itself were sacred. Then he stoops and gathers a handful of flowers, the bright and the humble alike, for they are all God's creation. When at last he carries them to the Almighty, they bloom with a radiance no earthly sun could give. And when the Lord presses the blossoms to his heart, one flower, the one that has pleased him most, he kisses. That kiss gives it a voice, and the flower begins to sing, joining the eternal chorus that fills the halls of heaven. These words were spoken by an angel of God as he ascended through the starry night, holding a child close to his breast. The child, still half dreaming, heard the angel's gentle voice and smiled in his sleep. They drifted over the town where he had lived, its rooftops silvered by moonlight, its gardens resting in silence. "Tell me," said the angel softly, "which of these flowers shall we take with us to bloom forever in the gardens above?" Near them grew a rose bush, slender and fair, but its stem was broken. The blossoms hung lifeless, their petals pale and drooping. "Poor rose bush," whispered the child, pity shining in his eyes. "Let us take it with us so it may live again in God's garden and never be broken anymore." The angel bent low, touched the rose bush with compassion, and gathered it up as though it were a sleeping soul. Then he kissed the child's brow, and the child's eyes fluttered open, not in fear, but in a soft light of recognition. They gathered more flowers, lilies and violets, buttercups that glowed like tiny suns, and a few modest blossoms that most would have passed by. "Now we have enough," said the child. But the angel did not yet turn his face toward heaven. It was night, and the great city slept beneath them. The streets were still, save for a whisper of wind. The angel hovered over a narrow lane where refuse and ashes lay piled against the walls, fragments of old life, broken plates, torn garments, and forgotten toys. Amid this heap of sorrow and neglect, the angel pointed. "Look," he said. Among the dust lay the shattered pieces of a flower pot, and within them a clump of dried earth still held together by the roots of a small, withered field flower. "We will take this too," said the angel. The child looked surprised. "But why? You shall know," said the angel, "as we rise together." And as they ascended, the angel began to tell his story. "In that street," he said, "in a damp cellar, beneath the cobblestones, lived a poor boy, frail and sickly from birth. He could never run or play as others did. His legs were weak, and even on his best days, he could walk only a few steps with the help of his crutches. But he had a brave heart and a soul filled with light. Each summer, when the sun reached its highest arc, a single golden beam would slip through the narrow window and lie across the cellar floor for a little while. The boy would sit there, holding his thin hands in the sunlight, watching the glow pass through his fingers. He would smile then and whisper, "I've been outside today." I had never seen the forest, nor the green canopy of spring. But one kind neighbor's son once brought him a branch of beech leaves, fresh and fragrant. The boy hung it over his bed and closed his eyes, imagining that he was walking through the woods, hearing the birds and feeling the wind. One spring morning, that same boy brought him a small handful of wildflowers. Among them was one a simple field flower, whose roots still clung to a bit of soil. The sick child planted it carefully in a broken pot, setting it on the tiny window ledge. He watered it each morning with trembling hands. The flower took root and grew strong. Every year it blossomed again, its petals lifting toward the faint rays of sunlight that visited the cellar. It became the poor boy's garden, his world, his joy, his companion. He spoke to it, cared for it, and dreamed beside it. The flower gave him hope, and in return, he gave it love. When the boy's last day came, he looked at the flower one more time, smiling faintly as he whispered a prayer. Then the Lord called him home. For a year, the flower stood alone in the window, withering in silence. When the family left that poor dwelling, the pot was broken and thrown out among the refuse. And that said the angel, his voice tender, as dawn is the flower we now take with us. For though it lies forgotten and dry, it brought more happiness to one soul than all the roses in a queen's garden. The child gazed up his heart, full of wonder. But how do you know this dear angel? The angel's eyes shone like morning stars, because he said softly, I was that sick boy, and I have never forgotten the flower that taught me joy. Then the child's spirit opened its eyes, truly opened, and he saw the angel's face bright with peace and remembrance. Together, they passed through the veil of light, where music and color wove through eternity. When they reached heaven, God Himself gathered the child in His arms and held him close. New wings unfurled from the child's shoulders, soft, radiant, and pure. Hand in hand, he and the angel rose higher, singing in harmony. Then the Almighty pressed all the flowers to His heart. He kissed the withered field flower, the smallest of them all, and it came alive again. Its voice lifted and joined the celestial song as all the angels circled the throne in endless praise. And among their shining ranks were two, the good, happy child and the humble field flower that had once grown in the shadow of sorrow, forgotten on a heap of ashes, but now radiant among the stars.